Yeah, 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 yeah. We are watching interrogations of Alec Baldwin, Jensen Ackles, and West Armour dissected. After the fatal shooting of Rush cinematographer Hala Hutchins, cast and crew members who were present on the movie set were brought in for questioning. Alec Baldwin, who was accused of firing the gun that killed Hutchins, appeared distraught after the incident and even broke down when he learned Hutchins died. Actor Jensen Ackles detailed his recollection of events leading up to the shooting, stating he was shocked live rounds ended up on set. Baldwin's armorer, Hannah Gutierrez Reed, I don't know, gave her side of the story. Gutierrez Reed stood trial and was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter of Hutchins' death. Law and Crime's Jesse Weaver breaks down key moments from their interrogations.
We've done this for 2 weeks, and we did it the right way every day. Every day.
I can't believe Alec Baldwin was holding the gun. That's so.
It's a real gun. It's a real gun.
Alec Baldwin is headed to trial for manslaughter after a bullet fired from the gun he was holding on the set of his film Rust killed the movie's cinematographer and wounded the director. And as the prosecution and defense do their final preparations, we're taking a closer look at some specific evidence that we might see during this high-profile trial. The interviews with the film's biggest players right after the accident. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Actor Alec Baldwin's involuntary manslaughter trial is getting underway in New Mexico, nearly 3 years after a cinematographer, Halyna Hutchins, was killed on the film set of the low-budget movie Rust. We know that the gun that Alec Baldwin was holding went off, sending a live bullet flying through Hutchins into director Joel Souza, who survived. Hutchins, unfortunately, did not. Baldwin has since said in interviews that he did not pull the trigger of the gun, that instead it somehow just went off. Forensic experts have disagreed, saying there's no way for the gun to fire without the trigger being pulled. In fact, the FBI tested the gun, and in order to get the gun to go off during that testing without pulling the trigger, they actually had to break the gun, which, as you can imagine, is something that will be a main focus for the defense, right? Because how can we know for sure if the gun malfunctioned if we can't properly test it? Now, speaking of evidence and arguments, we want to explore something very specific. We want to explore key interviews in this case that could make their way into this trial. Now, before we do, huge update in this trial, in this case that we have to talk about. Alec Baldwin just scored a major legal victory. You see, one of the arguments that prosecutors were relying on presenting to this jury, that Baldwin was not just an actor on the film, but he was a producer of the film and therefore had an added layer of responsibility, knowledge, control over what was happening on the set. He is more to blame for what happened. However, unfortunately for the prosecution, Judge Marlo Summer said, not so fast. You cannot present evidence of Alec Baldwin as a producer to support your theory that he is criminally liable. The judge said, I'm having real difficulty with the state's position that they want to show that as a producer, he didn't follow guidelines, and therefore as an actor, Mr. Baldwin did all these things wrong, resulting in the death of Halyna Hutchins, because as a producer, he allowed all this to happen. The probative value is not substantially outweighed by unfair prejudice and certainly confusion of issues to the jury, so I'm denying evidence of his status as a producer. The judge explained that there were other producers on the film too. It wasn't just in Baldwin's hands, so he can't be proven to be responsible for all that was happening. So he'll be judged as an actor, not as a producer. That is a big loss for the prosecution on the eve of trial. Now, to be clear, there is some important evidence that can certainly come in about how he was handling the weapon on the day of the shooting, how he was handling the weapon on past incidents, because the prosecution has alleged that Baldwin was using the weapon as a pointer, that he fired it after cut was yelled, that he placed his finger on the trigger during times when it didn't call for that to happen, that he was cocking and decocking the gun, firing blanks at the direction of crew members. Now, the judge did say that she would not allow videos of Alec Baldwin yelling or screaming at people on the set. Again, big loss for the prosecution because they were hoping that they could show he was the boss, that he was creating a tense, unsafe working environment where things could slip up, but the judge said that would not be relevant. Now, with that in mind, we want to get into some videos that, again, could be very pivotal pieces of evidence in this case. So when first responders and law enforcement arrive at this absolutely chaotic scene outside of Santa Fe, New Mexico.
A-run posted. Guys, A-run posted. Aaron posted.
Welcome to the unconventional way of playing Dead
Why is my thing so
by
laggy?
Daylight, where I switch perks, add-ons, and playstyles, and do things that you wouldn't usually do. Which means instead of using Ruin, we are using Huntress Lullaby for our slowdown.
Oh,
Instead of using
spoiler.
Brutal Strength to kick pallets, we're going to be using Fire Up. Instead of using Enduring and Spirit Fury, we're going to be using Spirit Fury with Dark Arrogance so that the stun duration is longer. I think the only good thing about this build is that Fire Up and Dark Arrogance have some good chemistry, and maybe my Volt speed will be increased. Does that get diminished? I don't even know if that gets diminished. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I'm pretty sure it does get diminished because it is a perk, but I don't even know. Anyways, instead of using the normal Trapper add-ons, we're going to be using Honing Stone with Tension Spring. The idea is that when someone gets trapped with Honing Stone, they get themselves out of it and die. The trap then respawns itself after 2 seconds. If I leave that person on the ground and somebody goes over to try and pick them up, and they end up going in the trap as well, we could win the entire game from the stupidest add-on combo I've ever seen. And usually survivors bring Murky Regent so you can't see them and so they can hide, but I'm actually going to bring it myself. Maybe it'll help my traps be a bit darker, who knows. And since I'm not going to be placing my traps on any windows or pallets, because that would be too conventional, we've got to hope we get a map with some bushes and not something like the game. We are in, and instead of trapping the totem, we're going to trap the TNL wall. Also, I tried finding the worst trap skin with the biggest weapon, but it's kind of like off the screen, so it doesn't really work. Wait, I'm going to trap this. This is perfect. That's such a stupid trap. I love it. Okay, we scare them away, and then we run this way, and we put a really silly trap right here. Then we come this way, pick this up, and we chase this guy. Wait. Pretty sure that guy already ran. I think this is the person. Hello. We're gonna kick this.
No, what is
and
that
we're gonna
survivor
put a
doing?
really
What the
silly
hell?
trap right here. Oh, my trap's getting removed. What the? Oh my god, please. Nice. Now we just leave him. We come over here. We go for this girl. Nice. Bill got himself out, so the trap's gonna respawn. We're gonna wait. The Volt build. It actually gets us a kill. I'm not even kidding. Wait.
No.
Oh my
Wow.
god, we're fully snowballing right now. Hold up, pick this. Get a nice Spirit Fury start going. And we are now in a really good position. Okay. OQ right here. Get a nice stack. Wait, no, we removed my trap here. Oh my god. Hold up. Do I get this? I do. Oh wait, but it takes so long when I get stunned. Beautiful. Let's go. Okay, let's hook this. Hopefully these guys aren't in a call, because I'm about to put a trap right in front of her eyes. Okay. You didn't see that. If anyone's watching me right now, you didn't see this either. Okay, just to be clear, we're not seeing these traps. Oh my god, the one I just placed worked, which means they're definitely not in a call. This is perfect. Gotta go play some more really silly traps like this one. Nice, she got herself out. What about a really silly trap, like right here? If it doesn't work for this hook, I'm gonna give up on it, and I'll come back later. Wait, somebody stayed. Oh my... Bro, what
Yeah, it
is
actually
happening?
worked. Wow.
We might have the greatest traps of all time.
Wow.
Oh my god. Please run into the trap next to the girl who I downed. Yes! It actually worked! Oh my god, it actually worked. She came out of the trap, it respawned. Oh my... Wow, these add-ons have actually been insane this match. I'm guessing this person went for the save, so I'm gonna see if I can catch them on their way back over here with like a cheeky trap, like here or something. So this is the plan. We're gonna come from here. And we're gonna go for you, I guess. 5 stacks of Huntress Lullaby. I didn't even realize we had 5 stacks. What is happening? Have these guys just been missing skill checks? Am I gonna get this hit? Hold up. We cut through. We can zone him towards Shack if we do this.
Oh, they got a bot.
Did he go towards Shack? No, he didn't. He went this way. Okay, okay, that's fine. Well played. Let's do a weird trap right now. Like a really weird trap. Like right here. Wait, please use the T. Please.
Yeah, this game's over.
Hold up. We need to get her to run into that trap, guys. Please? Please! I need this. Okay, we're still on 5 stacks. We're in a good position. What if we trap
speed, I
like
need
here?
this.
It's such a weird trap that it could work. We just trap like right here. This could work. We have a 3-gen. We have good traps in it. Oh my... The TNL trap worked on the Nia. That means she didn't know the whole time. Okay, wait, let's leave her there for a second. Let's go and get the hit on this person. Wait, hello?
You're on
Oh, it's
basement.
a bot. Or no, she's just spamming it. Wait, look at her. She's like jamming right there. Dude, this
She
add-on is so
twerking?
good. Look at this. And we really cooked
She
with this
twerking.
build. It's the most unconventional thing I've ever seen, and it is actually working out. Hello, Bill. This pallet's gone, I think. So, oh, well played, well played. We just commit this for sure. Even if she pops the last gen, it's okay. I'm gonna do this. What with the build? Wait, bolt back.
They got her out.
Now. Okay, I'm gonna break this. Please, Bill, there's so many good trap options you could run into. Let's just do a random one right here. We're breaking my Huntress a lullaby. Are you kidding me? Nia? I know
Okay.
you did that. Don't act like you're sneaky, okay? We all saw you break that. Please don't enter my trap.
You should go for back, right?
Oh, this is the most fun I've had recording
Bill.
a DVD video in a while, dude. What is happening? Let's place a weird one here. And instead of trapping the doors, I'm going to do the complete opposite. And I'm just going to trap near the doors. Like behind this little shrub right here. Like, you see this trap?
The complete
Instead of having this
opposite.
at the actual door, I'm going to have it so if somebody was coming over to this door and waiting and trying to leave it at like 15% and sneak onto it at the last second, that they would come over here and run into a very unconventional trap like right here. There's no way that works. If that works, I don't even know what I'll do. There are a lot of things I'd be willing to put on
If
that,
anybody
not
watches
catching
Aaron,
somebody. Now they could
already
just
know that
double
he's,
the
like,
gen right now and
pretty
probably pop it
unconventional.
in time, but that would be even more funny because we already have the whole areas near the doors trapped up. So for this one, what we'll do is we'll just place a weird trap like right here, and then we'll place like something weird over here. We could maybe move this trap as well and have it be so if they come from the right side over here towards this door, maybe we get lucky and they run into this. If anything, I'm gonna guess they're on this corner gen. Yep. And I kind of want to kill Bill, I think, because that'll give us more time to figure out where the Sable is for the end game. Wait. Now? Not good. Hello, my friend. And this is where our plan has to work. So we're going to bring him over to the middle of the map in between the doors. And hopefully we can figure out where to put this last trap. Oh, wait. Yep. Oh my god. Okay. That crow's still there, which means she went left. That crow's still there, which means she stayed at the gen. So she's literally hiding behind that rock right now, I'm pretty sure. So if we do this and come like this, she's either right here or she went fully edge map. Where is she?
Bro! Yo!
I think she might be dead. That was a fun game. I'm now gonna have to go figure out an entirely new
is
killer
this camera
and
angle?
an entirely new unconventional way to play because this worked perfectly. So I will consider the unconventional trapper completed.
Ooh! Oh, this skin's nice! His name is Aaron Hart Shark.
GG's. For the next cook, we have got the Bubba. Now, for the add-ons, we are going to be using iridescent flesh, but the reason we're using it is because we have speed limiter. This means that when you chainsaw a survivor, they only become injured and they do not die, meaning you have to hit them twice to actually down them. Now, I was trying to cook a build to make this add-on actually somewhat useful, and I went through all the perks in the entire game, and I found the most unconventional combination of perks that would never usually work with this character, but because we're using this terrible add-on, we might actually be able to get some value from this. 3 seconds after a survivor takes damage, Dissolution activates for 20 seconds. Usually, when you hit a survivor with a chainsaw, you would never get value from this perk because that survivor would go down. And we're going to be combining that with Knockout, which is one of Bubba's original perks. Whenever a survivor drops a pallet for the next 6 seconds, if they move 6 meters away from it, they gain 5% hindered for 5 seconds. I figured that this could be a cool alternative to the forced hesitation perk people usually bring when playing with the iridescent flesh add-on. It may not give me hindered on other survivors when someone goes down, but this does give them hindered when a survivor drops
old
a pallet
gameplay?
for 5 seconds, and they're not going to want to revolt that pallet because of Dissolution. So we can already know in advance they're going to be running away from it. Most Bubbas using this build use Infectious Fright. What if we just replaced that with a much worse version called
Alright.
Hex?
We're gonna pause this video. We're gonna come back to it soon. So this is the B2 Spirit Bomber, Stealth Bomber that I have cooked up. I don't think any of you guys were in the last stream, but the last stream, it was a good first try. Let me actually pull up the photo that we're gonna be using now. Image file, downloads, this one. So this is gonna be our, this is gonna be our reference. Let's keep it bottom. So this is our reference that we're gonna be using. And honestly, the only bad thing I guess about it is this back part here, because we have everything, right? We have the 35-degree angle that's right here. We have the -215 angle here. Right here we have it. It's just like it should end right here. It should end right there. So what if we take off the back and then we slide this forward right there, and then we slide these forward right here. Yeah, it's pretty dang good. Okay. My face at 10, my body T. Everything on me natural, I'm petite. And I got some pretty feet. Ooh! Wait, let me snap real quick. Hold on. Everything on me natural, I'm petite. Wait, what should we have on the back here? Just like a cone? Let's get a cone. Cone. A place where light can go. I want the round one. Where's the round one? Round. The round small one. The smallest. That's a shroud. Aerodynamic nose cone. Is this pointy enough for y'all? No, we just need to color it. Everything on me natural, not petite. And I got some pretty feet. This is the new and approved B2 Stealth Bomber. Dude! Oh, it's so cool. They usually have it there. We want some right behind the center of mass, right? Yeah, we can stick those on the engine. That looks nice. Straighten them out. Ooh, actually, we're gonna have to. Yeah. You see how it's like. Okay, see, that's level, but we don't quite want level. You want the back wheels to be slightly up. Right, that's just gonna give us the natural uppage. Heck is the dog doing? What the dog doing? Alright, my bad. Right behind the center of mass. It's nice and even. Alright, with this new and improved one, you might be like, oh, you just made one. What's the point of doing this one if you already have the same one? Okay, instead of B2 Spirit Bomber, we're gonna do Poop 2 Fart. B2 Spirit Smeared Bomber. We can keep the bomber. Poop 2 Smeared Bomber. What? Wait! What if we have like a whole fleet of them? That'd be sick. Wait, how do I save this into a folder? How do I move this? I can't drag it. Merge. I can't drag. Wait, anyone in the chat know? How do I move? How do I move it? How do I move this over? Everything on me natural and petite. And I got some pretty feet. Mac jab. Chat GPT. Um. I mean, I don't know, bro. Whatever. Alright, so this is... Wait, how do we line this up? Wait, can we change the opacity? Let's change the opacity. Oh, wait. There we go. There we go. Look at it. I mean... that's not bad. That is not bad. Okay. So it's slightly bad. Oh, I wish I had a second monitor. Alright. We're gonna be rotating. This could mess up the entire build. I don't know. Oh my gosh. Does that line up? Yep. And now let's move it in. Yep. Okay. And now... Oh, shoot. We gotta save these for later. Save that there. Google. Everybody in the chat, if you use Google, be careful. Did I just mess everything up? You know what? We're gonna kind of start from scratch here. Okay. Son. I wear my heart above my head. I need to... I wear my heart to show you how strong I am. I'm unstoppable. I can feel it in my soul. I'm unstoppable today. Unstoppable. I'm unstoppable today. I wear my heart above my head. What do we think about this? What do we think about... What do we think about this? Do the cockpits do match up? Alright, now don't move. Rotation. Oh shoot. Oh shoot, we need to move. It does not match. We need to rotate it a little bit more. That does not match. Oh! Did I just get it like perfectly first try? Oh my god, I think I got it like perfectly. Sheesh! Okay. And we need to turn this on. Copy this. Paste it here. Oh, that's my entire screen. Oh yeah, I probably should, like, line it up. I'm unstoppable today. Dude, the width is perfect. Okay. Now, what we need to do is we need a trapezoid. Is there a trapezoid? We got any trapezoiders in the chat? Oh my. Like that. And we need to turn that on. Move closer. Okay. Nope. Copy this. And we flip it. Okay? Wait. What? We need it to be... wait. What? Oh. Wait, what? Wait. Hold on. So it needs to be like this, and then the shape needs to go... The shape needs to go inwards. Like this? Let's move it. Oh! 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 It needs to go... Oh... Let's get a new piece. A new fin. We need... Yo, is there any trapezoids? Does anyone know if there's a trapezoid? Oh! Huh? No. But we need something like that. What if we just get this? and then we shape it the way we want to, right? So we shape it like this. What? Line it up. Get it in the center. Okay. And now, how do we even do this, bro? Okay. What if we get the deluxe wing? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Oh, shoot. The deluxe. This. The. So how would we. Moving the camera angle again, but. Alright. Wait. What if. Or this is exactly what I need. We need this, but oh, I'm using maximum brain functionality. Wait, what if we just make it smaller? Oh no, no. No. Alright, how would this fit? It wouldn't. Dude, we need something this size, but we need it to be able to line up with this line. This line right here. What if we do like a new... Wait, I've got it. Alright, we get this. We rotate it to match it with that. We move it in. Every pixel counts. Alright. You are watching a master at work. Wait, I've got it now. Look. Oh, wait, I remember. Look, we get this. What if we, like... It would have to be like this. What if we... Oh, wait. We attach it. We change. No, we need to orientate it. Hmm. Could we change the scale? Because we still. What if we change the scale by like a little bit? What's the scale on this? Oh. We need it about the same width. We need it smaller. Wait, that's perfect. But we already had this. So like. I think we've got a pretty good thing going on here. Match this up. Shrink it. Shrink it. Okay, that fits the size. So nothing in the universe could ever match it up. I mean, like, what do I do? What if I just? Oh, that okay. There was a progress. We attach it. We move it out. We rotate it. Move it back in. And place it. Alright. And now that it's matched up, we need I mean, I think this here is about the most we're about to like get. So I think we just gotta move it in, bro. Call it quits. What the hell? Who was gonna tell me? No, actually, who was gonna tell me, bro? Chudster. Alright. We should get the image back up. You should line it up. Okay, it's slightly shorter, but like, come on, bro. Alright, and now I think we just need one short fuselage. Yo. Yo. Oh my god, bro. Why is it just like stuck to the ground? Top down view. Alright. Yeah, that's about all the fuselage I can get. Alright. Now I'm thinking, what if we get structural D? What is it called? Structural D. Or a B. One of these. Probably this one. Right? Then we pop it on the sides. We do a little flipperoo. Bring back up the top camera view. Straighten it out. Alright, and now we get to the 72. Oh my god, I'm a natural. Like that. That matches up pretty well, yeah. Nice. Now, I don't know what I'm gonna do for that. Wait. Yes, I do. Is it too short now? So the wings need to hang back. Wait, I've got it. Wait. Oh no. That's the most I can push in that. Wait, I forgot that they're like a little shorter. So like, just like that. And then these need to be moved up. Like right there. What the? Well, I mean, nah. Like this, honestly. Okay, so now what do we need? We need, I'm thinking for this part here, well, it needs to like cut off here. So it's like this right here is where, okay, what if we just get a giant square? Here, let's save this for now. We can probably just place it like here, because that's where it's gonna go. We need a giant square one. That. Then, you know what we could do? Oof. Brutal. What? Son! There. Is that what you want? Like that? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Then let's just get another one. Let's place it here. Move it back. Fill it out. Little bit of bad boy. Think 50-50, I'd say. Eh? Eh? Son. Ooh. Alright. Get the scale, like, slightly up. We just move it back. A little bit more. Wait. Oh! Wait. No, 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 no. We need it like this. Like this. Alright, why is it... like that, I'd say. Dude, this thing looks so ugly. Oh my god. I think I'm a bit of 50-50. And this needs to be out more. Like this, I'd say. Yeah, that's about it. Well, if we line it, yeah, good enough, I'd say. Okay. Oh, it's fine, I think. I'd say. That's it. Son. Okay. We attach it onto this one. Then we move it back, and then we move it here. Or here. What if we just test this out right here? Wait, no! Damn. Oh my gosh. Who did it? Wait, let's just leave that there. Then let's attach it to this one here. What the hell? So this here, we should make a line right there. And then these need to touch that line because the back needs to be flat. And then the angle, the angles match up, yeah. And we move it in. And we move it in like that. So that's the control. And these need to rotate, move, move. Wait. What if we just rotate it like this? Make it match up. Make it match it up with that line. So we move it. What? It's not what I wanted. We need the green. Excuse me. Like this. Oh. Bro, let's go. Alright. Recolor. Oh, what about the engines? What if we just scale it down? I really don't want to redo engines. Yeah, I think these are fine. Let me get this and pop it. Pop it there. Then we hit the scale button on all of these. Let's size it down 1, and then we can see later. Size down, size down, size down. I think we just need to reattach these. Booyakasha. Hmm? Solve the image. Yeah, the intakes line up at the... Here, let's get the new image. Arpato! What's up? Wait, I need to get rid of the chroma key. Oh? Yeah, the thrusters, they're like right here. And the intakes. Oh, if we can make these shorter, but no. Dude, I've made like 3 different versions of this. I can't do it right. Oh no, it's gonna be ugly. There's no recolor on those. These two, though. Dude! Wait. Oh, no. Crud. There. Alright? Yeah, yeah. Recolor. There's no recolor, right? Yeah, no, there isn't. Oh, there might be no recolor because of the scale. It's fine, there's a dark. Boom. Absolute. Right click. Appearance. Absolute. Oof. Done. Done. Oof. Wait. Can't. Oh. So it's only kind of ugly. It's only kind of ugly. Wait, what's red in there? What the heck? Oh, it's the paint. Okay. Um. Okay. Hold on. Oh no. What if we just move everything down? Yeah. Just everything scooch down. Scooch. Scooch. Wait. Oh, crud muffins. I'm gonna move this one up. And then this whole thing down. These down. Wait, what the heck? This goes up. Alright. There we go. I haven't really, like, deleted any, but I thought, like, instead of just deleting them, like, I should just get used to it. And I think I have. It's just like the decoupling. Like, I still have to type out, like, the type of decoupling that I want. It's so annoying. Like, if we just go to coupling, look at all of these. There's so many. And, like, this stack separator, it looks the same as this decoupler. There's no size thing. Like, these are the same circles on this tab. And then when you drag them out, they're a whole different size. These are cool. They've got the meters on them. I don't have to hover over. All right, let's get the landing gear and then let's test drive. Switch it up. Uh-oh. Isn't it supposed to be like behind the center of mass? It's fine, right? It's fine. It'll fly. These need to be slightly behind the center of mass. Ooh. Then these need to be... Oh. Okay, make them the same level. Disable the grid, and then like a few notches. Let's scooch it into the engine. We recolor these. We cannot recolor. Flag off mirror. There we go. Kitty. Test drive. Wait, what? Where'd my front landing gear go? There we go. Fixed. This thing can fly. Alright, let's get a top-down view. Then let's match the reference. Oh, what? No. Oh. Okay. Right now, I think this is all like base, right? The only thing that's like modded about this is the color and the scale of the engines and the deluxe wings, the Delta Deluxe. That's like the only modded part. Alright. If it explodes during test flight, I'm getting the mod and I'm doing a whole new thing. Or is there a, what is it called? A shareable of the B2? Like a Steam Workshop build? Okay. It's not bad. What's the temperature? What? Oh? Oh, the wings are flimsy. Oh no. It's okay. I didn't. This is like probably the most realistic one I've done in terms of like shapes. All right, let's do a little. Oh. All right, so we're gonna do a roll testing. This is just for like roll. We're gonna see if we can. This is just part of the test. See? See? Just testing. Yo, is this thing like bugged? When I press S, it goes down. When I press W, it turns back. Go. my jet's like turned off? Is it a hologram? Cool, my jets don't do anything. Cool. Whoa, whoa. Variable thrust to control yaw. Like this? Variable thrust. Alright, test flight. Wait, okay. We didn't get a real test in. Uh-oh. My mouse died. No! No! My mouse died! We're good! Wait! We're good! There we go. Alright, this is probably like the worst one I've done. Several mass probably moved as the fuel drained from the control surfaces. Oh. Do you think this part's like there? Alright, we're gonna save this one. Wait, is it this one? Okay, yeah, this is the one I just built. Well, not just built. This is the like other one. This one I think will fly better because I've got like struts connecting all of the wings together. Wait, what's auto strut? Don't know what happened there. I think that's a technical issue. Wait, where's that at? Where's auto strut? Yeah, I've been manually. Wait. Settings when I'm in flight. Like out here. Or what the heck was that? Scroll down the options list. Maneuver. That's all modded. Wait, where? Oh, there's more. What? Oh. In here. What? That's graphics. That's light. Gameplay. Advanced tweakables right here. Enable. And that just what does that do? Okay. What is that noise? Let's see which type of auto strut to use. Oh. Does that okay. Part. Auto strut disabled. Enable. Heaviest part, root part, grandparent part. You want grandparent part. So do I have to do that and everything? Wait, no. Don't wait. Auto strut. Grandparent part. So it's just like strutting to. Can I brake while I'm moving? Thank you. I set them permanently. Okay. So I just right click. And I set it. Do I set them all to grandparent part, or do I, like, when it says grandparent part, does that mean like I'm setting this one to grandparent part? Oh, oh, I saw it. I saw it. The heaviest part, root part, grandparent part. Okay. Ooh. Heaviest part, root part, grandparent. Mmm. Whoa. Whoa. Ooh. Oh, and it's synced up. What? Oh. Bang. 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 Alright, I think that's all of it. Right. Yeah. Oh. Did I already do the wheels? Alright, so now everything's auto strut. But the part its parent is connected to or its grandparent. Rigid attach. Whoa. Wait, so what if I select everything to the heaviest part? What's the problem there? Like these would be weaker, or like something like things that are far from the heavy part weak. Wait, no. Cuz the wait. Don't always work for robotics. I'm launching. It looks sturdier. Alright, the problem that I'm having is that it's accelerating too fast. So what if we like set it to there? So it's gonna reach that speed. Then once it starts lifting, I'm gonna tap W once so that it's a more gradual buildup. Too much. Why is it? Wait. What if I hold W? Then once I'm a fast enough speed, I let go of W for like a second, and then I'm in the air. That'll work. Oh. Okay, I'm holding W. Full throttle. Holy sturdy! Oh, I just tanked that. Yo. Alright, yeah, this one's not gonna work. I think the, like the up, what is it called? Voot, 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 air, voot, too much. No. What is it called? Wait. Lift, 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 lift. No. Lift bad. The control authority. Yeah, I have no idea what that is. We're gonna build something new. Wait. heck is that? Whoa! Oh wait, I don't wait. Yeah, let's just take these off. We're not gonna be using these. Wait, I want to test this. Wait, what's in here? Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Wait, how would I launch this? Like that? And then the decouplers? Okay, those detach. That detaches. Wait, where's this engine? What? What is this? Oh, it's nothing. I'm launching it. Okay, where do I like do that? Where do I control authority? Ooh, oh. Uh. Yeah, we could have also just like. Wait, what's that one mod where you can see where you're going to land? Where's that one at? What is that one called? Should we be like this? Yeah, and then we just completely. Yeah, then we do this. Alright, probably shouldn't be doing full throttle. I don't care. Sheesh! Aww. It's so cute! Wait, what is this decoupling? Yeah, just decouple that. We don't need that. How do I get it out? Get it away. Get it away. Get it off of this. Get it out. I thought I decoupled you. What are you doing? What are you doing? What am I supposed to do? Did we even orbit? Nope, we did not. What? What is this? Oh, the white is the space debris, right? Right? What? Oh, right click control super. Sounds right click menu. What is BDA? Here, whoops, you can. I don't know what BDA is. Uh, oh, BD Armory? No. What should I? Oh, it's the AI, right? BD Armory. Wait, what? Okay, yeah. BD Armory. Animation, no. BDA multiplayer, not right now. Turd. Turd BD Armory. There we go. Then what was it? Trajectory? Trajectories. Mod displays trajectory predictions. Counting. There we go. Then rigged legs. Wait, what was it? Ridged attach. Oh wait, that's not even part. It's a mod. I should get BDA continued. Extended. Okay. Apply. Oh, I forgot about the download. Hey, okay. Close window. Play. Play. Oh, the load times are so boring. Wait, can you see? Oh. Oh, I could not imagine playing this game 14 years ago. How old is it? Ah. Yo! Why does it take forever? I should probably lose some of the mods, right? Because I'm sure the Black Rack mod is like not interfering, but I'd have to go through them. Anything that's like clouds, weather, um does Black Rack have like trees and grass and all that? And the city lights? All the part mod. Oh my. Wait. So I'm like, hold on. I'm about to this um modular launch pads. Nope. Get this out of here. Wait. Uh excuse me. Oh. Oh crud. Oh no. Wait, Kerbal constructs. Wait. Kerbalism. Oh. Right here. Wait, stock-alike structures? Oh, wait, no. Parallax. Parallax old? Did I install restock? I think so. Yes. Restock right here. Did I remove the restocks? I don't know what parts, like, well, actually, I could just, like, look it up. Like, go into it. Resume saved. This one. I could sort by manufacturer. Then what's this actually? Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm doing too many. Okay. You look what this. Okay. I'm gonna look through all of them, and if I don't use any of them, I'm removing them. Seems like a whole lot of butt, except for these missile things. These are kind of sick. What is it called? Bahamudo. Bahamudo? You're out of here. Wait, what? Wait, I don't. Oh, wait, filters. Installed. Is installed. BAH. Yo, wait. What part? Yo. Wait, really? I thought it was just the AI system. Oh. 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 So I should keep that one. Because I'm going to use it. Are any of these useful? That's a heat shield. Personal re-entry. This is stock, no? I think this is like stock. Yeah, this is all stock. Blue dog. I know this one ain't. What does he do? Why? Uh. Oh wait, no, I do use this one. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll keep this one. Wait. I think this is stock too. No, it's not. Lampotron. Free fall. Nope. 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 Well. Yeah, I'm removing this one. What is it called? K and K. Wait. That's not on CCAN though. Wait, is it? New building. No, that one's cool. Yeah, I think I gotta go into like my game files because I remember those. Repo soft tech. What does this do? Cryonic freezing chamber. I'm never using this. Well, no. No. Yo, wait, which ones are useless? There's so many. No. No. Oh. Wait, which ones are modded? Are none of these modded? Nope. 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 Oh. Nope. I don't think any of these are modded. Jebediah Kerman's Junkyard and Spacecraft Parts Co. Junkyard, huh? Wait, so which ones are modded? Get decided. Stock alike. Horseback. What? Well, like, which one though? Wait, I think this one. No. Yeah, this one. I think this one's modded. But I feel like I remember that. And I remember that. Remember this one too. Herbalism. What does the herbalism do? I know. Okay, yes. I think I might remove herbalism at least for now, cause like I don't know how to get to Mars. I'm doing. Wait, can I not get rid of it? I think I have to end herbalism. Tundra. Ooh. But the Tundra ones are cool though. Can't remove these? What? I think the entire thing crashed. It crashed. My my PC. What? It doesn't. Yo! Oh, wait, really? Wait, where do I sort by parts? Set no. In here? What the heck is that? No, get that out of here. Filter, tags, parts. This. Tags. Parts. Oh, yo! These are the one I have. Orbital Utility Vehicle. Asteroids? Nope. Get that out of here. To make your rockets reusable. I'm not doing that. Thank you, though. Planetary base systems. Nope. Not for now. Yup. We're keeping that one. Stock like parts pack. What does that mean? BD armory. AMP gear. Electricity more manageable? Ampere. We're keeping that, I guess. Restock. System heat. System heat revamps the core heat systems using stock KSP to drive drills and harvesters with a new, more powerful system. This core package does not make changes to the base game. Install other system heat packs to change drills, converters, and the like to use system heat. Respectfully, no. We're getting this one out of here too. Apply. Apply. It. Why is it? Delete. Get it out of here. There we go. The stock alike parts. I think. What did that do? It was by no. This. Don't leak anything. Oh. Uh. 10 pages of a whole lot of nonsense. Yeah. It's just. We're not. No, I'm good. We're keeping it simple. Still an obnoxious load time. Well, now what we do? Well, now what do we do? Mars? I think we do Mars. Found one warning. What does that mean? Do, 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 do. Elephant. Address me. Address me. There we go. I don't know if that was faster. Oh my. Okay, wait, no, that was faster. Advises. Oh. Oh. Alright. I need to install that. The tweak scale. What is it called? Whatever. What? Okay. Cool. Oh my gosh. What was it? Tweak scale. Oh. Uber packet. Tweak scale everything. Yeah. Let's go. Whoa, 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 whoa. Alright, let's hope the decoupling screen. Oh, this looks a lot better already. Aw. It's like old. Wait, now it seems more boring though, I can't lie. Wow. Alright. This looks a lot easier though. It's time to get to Mars. I can't even find the right thing. Like that. No. We need this with better engines. Like 4, let's get 4 here. I don't know. What do we do? Landing. Where's the landing? Right here. Deep freeze. Oh, all of the landing gear is gone. Wow. Can we slide this down? Well, we need something for retrogrades like this. Command and control. What's the difference between these? There isn't. Why is there 2? More surface, right? More surface control? That's what that means? If we spread it out at the Large parts. What? Okay, there. Monopropellant. What else do we need? What's that one screen that I saw XQC use? And risk crashing my game. No, I'm good actually. Infinite. Wait, I should probably. Oh yeah, he played like. I think he got to Mars. I can't lie. I think. I don't know. I had it on the background and didn't really watch, but I think he got to Mars. Alright, what's that one YouTuber? Oh, it's his name's like Lone. He played in a esport thing. Yeah, Matt Lone. KSB 70 tips and tricks. Where's the page? Gosh. Um where is it? Wait, you can't see, right? Is that a mod to do that?
Hopefully, if this video is any good, then that second group will go down in numbers. Anyway, here are 70. This started as a top 10, it became a top 70. I'm sorry. 70 top tips for Kerbal Space Program. Number 26 will surprise you, as in it's a really important one. We begin with 10 basic tips for starting out that every player knows or should know. Number 1, use CCAN to install mods for KSP. You're going to get mods recommended to you a lot over your career, and many mods require other mods to work, and some people find it hard to install them manually correctly, but CCAN is a program that literally does it all for you. You just click the mod you want, and then it'll install it along with all the other required mods, as well as recommending some other. The obvious here, but just in case, yes, there is a sequel to this game, but it was abandoned before. In almost every single way. It runs worse, it looks worse, it's more expensive, there's less content, there's fewer parts and features, there's more bugs, the list goes on. The only improvements it made over KSP 1 were faster loading times and better sound design. That's it. Don't buy it. Number 3, turn off Windows sticky keys. During things like moon landings, you'll find yourself pressing the shift key a lot when fine-tuning your thrust levels, and pressing shift too many times.
Done.
And 15, so a long time ago, before 4K displays were as popular as they are now. So the game doesn't really work in 4K to get this.
I don't
right.
have a 4K
this is
monitor.
The only real mod recommendation in this list, by the way, just to warn you, but that's a pretty essential one. Number 5, be aware that KSP 1.0 came out in April 2015, but was in early access before this point. You've got to be mindful of any YouTube tutorials that were published before 1.0, as things like gravity turns, the nuclear engine's behavior, and air intake behavior, they all changed
wow, the game looked
dramatically
terrible.
up to and including the 1.0 release. So best to be safe and only follow tutorials that were released after April 2015. Number 6, this game has quick saves. Press F5 to quick save and F9 to quick load.
Oh, really?
But you might not know that if
F5? Oh, well, yeah.
you hold down Alt while pressing F5, you can create
Oh.
multiple named quick saves, and Alt plus F9 allows you to choose
Okay.
a specific. Number
What?
7, if you can, buy the game on PC. I promise almost all modern computers and laptops can run it.
This is
and
on
the experience
console?
is vastly superior to consoles, not just because of the controls, but also the mods available, craft file sharing,
Wait.
etc.
Is it Saturn like not in the game?
And
It's probably
also
just a
the
mod.
controls on console are awful. Number 8, there are different types of Kerbal, and they all do different things. Pilot Kerbals are used occasionally,
No,
so you can
I
still do
know
things like
this.
plot maneuver nodes. meaning you can earn way more science by utilizing the scientist kerbals. Bob Kerman, the first scientist you get, will be your
Really?
main kerbal when you start out a science mode playthrough because of this usefulness. Engineer kerbals' main advantage is that they can do EVA construction, rearranging parts on a spacecraft, and they are also the only kerbals that can use the EVA repair kit, an often slept on part that lets you repair breakable parts like wheels and solar panels. There are also technically tourist kerbals, I guess, but like you would never use these by default. They're only ever really seen in the career mode missions. Number 9. Minmus is easier than the Mun. Kerbin, the Earth analog in KSP, has 2 moons. The Mun, which is meant to be the in-game version of Earth's moon, and Minmus. Minmus seems hard at first glance because it's much further away and on a slightly inclined orbit, but trust me, for your first missions attempting to land somewhere other than Kerbin, Minmus is the far more forgiving moon to aim for.
Why?
Number 10. Space travel takes a long time. A Mun mission and back would take about 20 hours in real-time gameplay, if not for Time Warp, a tool that lets you fast-forward time by using the period and comma keys. However, what if you're doing like a really long burn with a low-thrust engine? Well, you can actually also Time Warp when doing this. The game doesn't let you do this by default, but if you hold down Alt and then press the Time Warp buttons, it activates Physics Time Warp, allowing you to fast-forward up to 4 times faster than regular speed when burning engines or like traveling through an atmosphere. Just be careful that bugs can happen when larger craft go through Physics Time Warp when you're descending by parachute. So,
Dude, I hate it.
Number 11.
When I'm in a maneuver.
Lied, actually.
What the
there
heck?
are 11 basic essential tips that start this list. I just can't count, apparently. And number 11 is to enable the show extended burn indicator. By default, when you plot a maneuver, the game tells you when you're about to reach it, but starting your burn at that point is not ideal, unless the burn completes instantaneously,
Wait,
which
what?
it won't. Go to Main Menu, then click Settings, General, and
How do I go? I think I need to launch. Oh no, I could have just clicked leave. Map. Instructions and other. Why does it say okay? Settings. Oh, I need to like, okay, yeah, right there. With the main menu. Settings. General.
enable show extended burn indicator.
Extended burn indicator. Done!
What this does is it shows you a countdown of when to actually start your burn to get the most efficient results. The way it works is it basically splits your burn to be half and half either side of the plotted maneuver point.
Wait,
so, for
why?
example, a 2-minute burn should be started 1 minute before the maneuver and end 1 minute after. There's a mod called Better Burn Time that adds an even more accurate burn indicator, but I don't think it's really required, to be honest. We're on to my tips for building vehicles in a good way. So, number 12. In the vehicle assembly building, learn your offset and rotate tools. They're these little buttons here, the two middle ones in this group of 4. The offset tool lets you move parts along the X, Y, and Z axes super easily, and it can be set to either global or relative orientation. The rotate tool is the same, except, get this, it lets you rotate parts instead. Number 13 is sort of a continuation of this, in that normally when you offset parts there is a limit, and eventually the game won't let you offset parts any further unless you hold down shift, in which case you can offset as much as you want to your heart's content. Is also kind of along the same pages. If you hold down shift and click your vessel with the offset tool selected, it lets you move the entire ship around. Or alternatively, just hold down shift with the place tool and you can just freely move the vehicle around with the mouse freely. Same goes for rotating the entire ship. If you hold down Alt and click a part or sub-assembly with the place tool, it automatically duplicates it for you. Number 16. If you take a girder piece, or any piece really, then attach another girder, or again, any other real piece really, to that in 8-way symmetry, and place all of that in 8-way symmetry, you can now place things in 64-way symmetry. Simply take a part that you want in 64-way symmetry, touch it against the outer girders, and then boom. And this doesn't just work for 64-way symmetry. If you wanted, for example, 36-way symmetry instead, just place 6 girders in symmetry, then 64-way symmetry.
Slow it down. What is he saying?
64-way symmetry. All of that in 8-way symmetry. You can now place things in 64-way symmetry. Simply take a part that you want in 64-way symmetry, touch it against the outer girders, and then boom. And this doesn't just work for 64-way symmetry.
That you swear. Place one part. Okay. What the heck? Alright. Talking about a girder. This apart. This apart. Then he said, simply touch the part. Whoa! My game. Yo, my game's about to die. Okay. Okay. Oh no, my game's bugging. Oh! Nice. Okay, I might need to get a new PC. Oh. Oh. I think. Uh-oh. Um. Yep. That crashed it. Oh. Okay, wait. Bye. Okay. Bye. Is it launching? Oh, it is. Okay. Oh, flashbang. What the hell? Proving Murphy's Law. Wait, while this is loading, what am I thinking?
If you wanted, for example, 36-way symmetry instead, just place 6 girders in symmetry, then 6 girders on those. Basically, just multiply the 2 levels together. So in this case, 6 times 6 is 36. This is really, really useful for building ring structures in conjunction with tip 13 and using the unlimited offset by holding down shift when doing the offset tool. Number 17, decouplers and separators are actually different, and you should almost always be using the decouplers, not the separators, because they're lighter and so they're more efficient.
No,
Or
this-
use the engine plates, which work the same as decouplers. The actual difference between the decoupler and separator pieces is that when you activate a decoupler, it stays attached to whatever stage you just decoupled. A separator actually separates from both sides, which in my experience rarely actually offers any use because of the fact that it not only generates a pesky bit of unrecoverable debris in the form of that spent separator, but also it's kind of rendered fairly redundant by the fact that number 18, docking ports can also be used as decouplers.
What?
If you attach a docking port to a part, even if that part is not also a decoupler, it can be decoupled either by right-clicking it and pressing undock, or in the vehicle assembly building, you can right-click it and press enable staging. And now, look, it comes up just like a decoupler in the staging window. There are
Oh.
very few instances where this method isn't preferable to using a separator piece. Just be careful to tick disable
Hold on.
crossfeed if you
My AC unit's making me cold.
don't want fuel traveling through the docking port, which is not the default behavior for decouplers and separators, even though that can be enabled if you right-click and enable crossfeed. Number 9.
Wait, one more thing. Oh crap! I have no idea where it's at. Oh. Too many things. Boom. Boom.
19. Fairings. They're great for covering your payloads. If you right-click them, you can enable interstage nodes, which lets you stack separate payloads on top of each other more easily. And if this visually looks a bit weird,
Wow.
you can also enable the truss structure by right-clicking the fairing piece and clicking enable truss structure, which generates
Wow.
this nice-looking scaffold. And don't worry, the vertical beams don't have collision, so they won't cause an issue if your payload clips through them or, when you're deploying the payload. Number 20, fairings can be terminated at any point by holding down Alt, and they don't also have to terminate in, like, a nose cone for the ship. They can terminate around any other cylindrical parts, like a fuel tank, if the fairings are being used for interstages. Number 21, sub-assemblies is a fairly slept-on feature, but it's really useful. If you want to build a small lander that will be added to a larger vessel, simply build it, like this one here, then attach a part that isn't going to be part of the vehicle itself, like a command pod or something under the engine. Then select the root tool and set that new part as your root. Now you can click on the piece closest to that root part and bada bing bada boom, you can save it as a sub-assembly, which makes it into a sort of custom part that you can then add to another vehicle later on. Number 22. Parts can be attached either radially or via that green node thing in the VAB and spaceplane hangar. Sometimes it can be hard to get a piece to properly attach to the green node though, and it's easy to accidentally place it radially, and therefore slightly in the wrong place. You can disable radial attachment by holding down Alt though, making it much easier to snap the engine where it needs to snap. Number 23. Some parts don't have the ability to be radially attached though, but one part that can be radially attached is the super lightweight cubic octagonal strut piece. So if you want to radially place a part that normally can't be, then first attach a cubic octagonal strut and then attach whatever you want to that. Number 24. Bored of your choice of stock command pods? Did you know that there is a secret hidden Mark II size lander can available for use? To access it, click the Filter by Cross-Section button to the left of the parts window, then click Size 2, and within that list will be a lander can that you can use, and it has a full, unique interior and everything. This is down to it being a legacy from KSP's early access days. The devs later replaced it with the Mark II lander can that is viewable on the command pod selection by default, but to avoid breaking save files, the devs left the old version in the game buried in the Filter by Cross-Section area, so that any players' existing crafts that use it would still work okay. There really isn't any reason to use it these days, as it's much heavier than the newer lander can, but hey, I like the different interior layout, and sometimes it's just nice to have options, eh? Number 25. The proper lander can is a good example of the fact that many parts in the game have different variants. You can right-click them to see. The Mark II lander can be switched from its normal appearance to a more streamlined rectangular one, making it great for rovers. Another example is the Poodle engine, which can be switched to look more closely like the upper stage engine for the Ariane 5. Number 26. Advanced tweakables. This is the important one. Go into the game settings and enable them. This will give you more options, including, most notably, Auto Strut. Right-click parts, click Auto Strut, and then the game will add hidden supplementary joints between them to strengthen your rocket. Advanced tweakables also let you change things like landing leg spring and dampener strength, and the order in which engines will drain fuel from fuel tanks. Number 27. When building planes, click the center of mass and aerodynamic overlay buttons on the bottom left. These will add a yellow ball that represents your center of mass and a blue ball with an arrow indicating your center of lift. If you're finding that your planes are flipping over, it's almost always because the center of lift is in front of the center of mass. Ideally, your planes should have the center of mass just in front of the center of lift for the plane to fly well. If not, then the plane will fly once. Number 28. In a similar vein, you want your rear landing gear to be close to the center of mass, just behind it, so that they can act as a fulcrum when you're pitching up. If the wheels are too far back, your plane won't be able to lift and overcome this weird placement, and it won't pitch up until you fly over the edge of the runway. Number 29. When placing landing gear, right-click the front gear and set your friction control to 0. This will stop your craft from sliding around and veering off course when taking off and when landing. Number 30. The nuclear engine is a bit confusing to new players because it's really heavy, really expensive, and it's really slow. But it's the best interplanetary engine in the game because it is extremely fuel efficient, and furthermore only requires liquid fuel, so you can use liquid fuel only tanks to build much smaller and much more efficient spacecraft compared to the other engines that require liquid fuel and oxidizer. if you want to look at how efficient an engine is and whether or not it's best for atmospheric or vacuum flight, right-click it and look at the ISP value. The higher the number, the more efficient the engine, and the further you'll go with the fuel you pack. Some engines are optimized for the atmosphere, like the Vector, so will have a high ASL ISP number, while others, like the aforementioned nuclear engine, are terrible in the atmosphere but excellent in the vacuum of space, so that ISP VAC number will be very high. Some engines are fairly decent at both, like the Aerospike engine. Number 31. What does this number mean? What does it mean? This is your ship or your stage's delta V. Delta means change and V means velocity. So in other words, it's how much you can alter your ship's velocity before you run out of fuel. This is handy to know when planning out missions. For example, getting from the surface of the Mun and back to Mun orbit takes about 580 meters per second of delta V. So when you're designing a lander, that's the number you want to aim to exceed, ideally packing a bit more than you need for some safety room. This is the basis of reading delta V maps.
Whoa. What does this mean? Okay. From low orbit to Kerbin, 4,500. From low orbit to transfer orbit is 1,080. To transfer orbit to low orbit, you need 610. To low orbit to Duna, you need 1,300. So that means I have to get the numbers. Got it. That's how much delta V we need from low orbit. Right? Is that what that means?
Super useful tools that show you how much delta V is required for given missions.
Wait, I need a screenshot. Screenshot. Wait, red arrows? Possible arrow break. Reducing one more
and for
delta
each
V.
stage of the mission. They take a lot of the guesswork out of designing craft. So if you use the on-screen example here, if you want to get a probe from low Kerbin orbit to the surface of Moho, we do 1,710 plus 2,410 plus 870, giving us a total of 4,990 meters per second. That's the minimum amount of delta V that your ship needs to have. Ideally, again, you want a little bit more to account for things like, human inaccuracies and things like that. Anyway, number 32. By default, the delta V and thrust to weight ratio displayed in the vehicle assembly building is for taking off from the surface of Kerbin. So not very helpful if you want to see how well your nuclear-powered craft can lift off from Minmus. But if you click the little delta V button, delta is represented by that triangle by the way, you can change the display to be in a vacuum and relative to a different celestial body. Look at how those numbers change. Number 33, thrust to weight ratio, TWR. That's the thing I just said in tip 32, but what is it? Well, it's how much power your rocket has relative to its own mass. If it's below 1, and realistically you want it at least 1.2 or more in most scenarios, you do not have enough power to move, at least lift off from a surface. Less of an issue once you're in the vacuum of space. So add more engines and boosters until that number is higher than around 1.2 in order to get off the launch pad. Number 34. If it exists, then there's... Oh, that's the wrong list. When placing side boosters, like if you're building a sick Artemis 2 replica, for example, a good tip is to use the offset tool so that the bottom of the side boosters are slightly lower than the bottom of the central core, as this massively reduces the risk of them hitting the core stage and destroying stuff when you detach them. Number 35. Asparagus staging is by far the most efficient means of keeping a rocket fueled.
Oh,
Here
I've
I
heard
have
this.
a rocket with 2 side boosters. If I hold down Alt and clone them, we can add 2 more, like this. Now I'm going to take the fuel line piece and click the first set of boosters, and then click the second set. I will then do the same, connecting the second boosters to the main core. Now what this does is it tells the game that we only want the rocket to pull fuel from the outer boosters so that when they detach, we stay fully filled with fuel, and likewise, when we detach the next set of boosters, the core stays fully fueled as well. This sequence can be as long as you want it to be. The game will always pull from the fuel tanks furthest away from the core in a sequence of tanks connected by fuel lines. You don't actually need to use the fuel lines if you enabled advanced tweakables from earlier, since you can just right-click the parts and set the fuel flow priority, but the fuel line is far more intuitive for beginners, so it's a lot easier if you're just starting out, and also if you're just lazy, like me. Number 36. Ablative heat shields are really overpowered in KSP. You almost never need the full amount of ablator, so you can save some weight and therefore gain a bit of extra
What the heck
efficiency
is ablator?
by right-clicking the ablative shield
Oh.
and lowering the amount of ablator. You really don't need the full amount until you start returning from places like Joule and Elu, and even then, it's often still more than you need. Number 37. Yes, the DLC is worth it, in my opinion. So get it. That's the tip. Wait for it to be on sale if you want. It often goes for pennies, but if you can only afford to get one, then Breaking Ground is by far the superior of the two, as most of the content in Making History can be obtained with mods. Number 38. If you have Making History, then an easy way of testing landers is to build a mission that starts from the surface of the planet or moon that you're designing a lander for. This is especially useful for testing EVE landers, as EVE is actually harder to launch from than Kerbin, and so teleporting massive vessels to its surface for testing can often be a bit of a pain. So here I am in the VAB. Let's press launch and start mission, and we're now starting on EVE, and you can change your starting location on the mission editor. I picked the sea because, sea level is a pretty good benchmark. Let's test the rocket out. It can take off at least. Number 39. If you want to make something sink, use service bays. There's this weird quirk with the physics here. Service bays retain their content's mass, but not their buoyancy. So in other words, if you add a load of fuel tanks to a service bay, it will float. But when you close the surface bay doors, all that buoyancy goes away, but the mass does not, and you will sink. This is particularly useful for building underwater bases and submarines.
Ah.
Number 40. Landers and bases sliding around, use grip pads. These pieces do exactly what they say. They will grip the surface that you land on, and you won't slide, unlike the landing gear pieces. The reason that you don't slide with the grip pads, but you somehow do slide with the landing gear, is not some decision that was made. It's just another remnant of KSP's early access development. Landing legs were added very early on, and the sliding around wasn't really thought about. Grip pads were added in one of the final updates of the game in order to address players' complaints about the landed vessels sliding around. Why the grippiness could be applied to the landing gear too, I don't know. I'm not a game dev, but that's the story anyway. Number 41. Kraken drives are magical engines that give you infinite range and infinite fuel. There are many available. A favourite of mine is the Cal overclock drive, but by far the easiest one is the Zombie Pigspin drive, named after the Redditor who discovered it. Simply place 2 docking ports facing each other, set the magnet force of the posterior ports to 100 and the anterior ports to 0, and the ports will just pull you along with their own magnetic force for free. I've done a full video explaining this further and flying a space plane to EVE with it and back, so I'll link a card to that on screen if you want to know more about this one. And wow, that took ages, but those are all my tips for building vessels in KSP. Now I want to touch on networking in this game, as it's not well too understood. So, number 42, how the heck do relays work? Okay, so this is actually Editor Matt stepping in. I think relays are actually so obscure and so misunderstood or underutilized that I've decided to actually split this topic off to be its own video. So we're going to skip past tips 42, 43, and 44 so that I can flesh them out a bit better in their own video. So Sorry about that. Anyway, Editor Matt out, back to the current video. Number 45. When you're trying to fly a plane, or anything really, back to the Kerbal Space Center, or any other location on Kerbin, you can right-click that place on the map screen and click Activate Navigation. It'll then appear as a little icon on your nav ball to make navigating to it much easier. And those are my tips on networking features. Laughably short compared to the building tips, I guess. But anyway, here are some tips now about flying things in Kerbal Space Program. Number 46. You can easily launch aquatic vessels from the Cove launch site in
What
Kerbal
the
Space
heck?
Program. By default, this isn't available, but just build any sort of aircraft, take off from the runway, and then turn left and just hug the coastline north. Within a couple of minutes, you'll see a cluster of buildings appear. Get nice and close to them, and you'll unlock the Cove launch site. To use it, hover over the launch button in the vehicle assembly building, and then you can select it from the drop-down menu, making launching of boats and seaplanes much, much easier. There are
What?
actually a bunch of other hidden launch sites that are unlocked in a similar manner. I've done a full video on how to find them, which I'll link via that card on screen and down in the description, but the Cove launch site is the most useful because it has this very unique feature of being able to launch stuff directly into the sea. Number 47, press Alt plus F12. This brings up this menu here, and it has lots of useful features. You can enable cheats like infinite fuel and infinite electricity, as well as disable things like crash damage and tweak the gravity settings in the game if you want. But it's also really useful for testing craft, as you can quickly teleport ships to orbit or even to the surface of other celestial bodies to make sure they work before doing any mission for real. Number 48. When launching with stabilization clamps, it's good practice to put all of your engines in stage 1 and then the launch clamps release in stage 2. You see,
Wait,
when
why?
you fire the engines and the launch clamps all at once, the craft can often jolt and wobble on startup, and a lot of the engines and boosters take a split second to reach full thrust after ignition, so releasing the clamps just after the engines activate makes the takeoff much smoother. Number 49. In science mode, science experiments can be right-clicked for science to be gathered from them. This also goes for Kerbals on EVA performing EVA reports. You can run these experiments as much as you like, but you can only ever do one crew report per mission, as in you right-click your command pod and press Run Crew Report. Unless you know this trick. When you do a crew report, send a Kerbal on EVA, right-click the command pod, and then click Take Data, and then board the command pod again. This basically removes the crew report from the pod's active science slot, so now you're free to run another one. You always use EVA and take the data from the pod between each crew report, though. Number 50. Press V to switch to free cam. It's much better than the default auto cam, as it doesn't lurchingly change rotation as you enter and exit from an orbit, and it's just nicer to use in my opinion. Camera controls in general are good to know about. Apart from pressing V to cycle through the modes, holding down the middle mouse button and dragging allows you to change the viewing focus of the camera, and scrolling while holding Alt changes the camera's focal length to make the background look closer or further away. Number 51. If you want to take a cool screenshot in a moment of action, then press Escape to pause the game. Then press F2 to hide the UI, and look! Now you can move the camera around to capture the perfect angle of whatever it is you're trying to capture. And F1 is the in-game button that lets you capture things, or I guess you can press F12 if you're playing on Steam. Number 52. Kerbal Space Program can be a beautiful game to look at. When you're playing, don't look at it. Don't look at your rocket when you're flying it. Instead, your eyes and focus should be on this thing, the nav ball. I mean, I guess you should be probably looking at your rocket to make sure nothing's going wrong, but the nav ball is your primary focal point. How it works and how to use it exactly is beyond the scope of this video, but all beginner tutorials will explain how it works in detail. But it's really important to remember that during launches, you should be looking here rather than here. Number 53. When ascending to orbit and stuff, you need to know things like your apoapsis height and the time remaining before you reach it, but to do this, you need to annoyingly keep switching from the gameplay screen to the map screen and right-clicking your apogee. However, you don't actually need to do this. I personally use the mod Kerbal Engineer Redux, which adds these handy info windows to the top of the screen, but in stock, you can still see all these values in flight by clicking the maneuver button down here, and then look! Now you can see your apogee, perigee, and the time until each one, as well as your orbital period, which is basically the amount of time it will take to complete one orbit on your current orbit. Number 54. If you find that pressing WASD to control your craft or rockets is too aggressive and finer inputs are required, then press the caps lock button and your pitch, yaw, and roll gauge indicators turn blue. And now when you press the keys, the inputs are much smoother and less aggressive, for want of a better word there. Number 55, use gravity turns. This is a very basic one, but a lot of players will simply fly straight up when just starting out, and then they'll find themselves falling straight back down. Reaching a stable orbit is not just about, height, but also reaching orbital velocity. So as you ascend with your rocket, you also need to slowly tilt your rocket over to the east to build up your horizontal speed. Again, this is best left to watching a separate dedicated tutorial on how to launch if you're still new to this, but it's something you're going to need to know to get anywhere in this game. Number 56, rocket flipping over. Just add some fins to the bottom of the stack. This will add drag to the bottom of the stack and prevent you from flipping over. But why don't real rockets like Falcon 9 have fins? Well, those have engines with gimbaling, so the engines can point in directions independent of their attach point. Basically, it's the same sort of thing as thrust vectoring on fighter jets. But some of the early engines in KSP career don't have very good gimbal range, and some engines don't even gimbal at all, so fins can sometimes be very handy to add. Number 57. If you're flying a space probe, make sure you right-click it and select Hibernate in Warp. Then, during time warp, the probe core will not consume electric charge. This is one of those things where I'm not really sure why this isn't enabled by default, to be honest, but there you go. Number 58. If you run out of fuel painfully close to home, then you can always get a kerbal out on EVA, send them round the back of the craft, and then have them push. Kerbal EVA packs have about 500 meters per second of delta V, and you can reboard the ship and refuel your kerbal's pack an infinite number of times, which might just be enough to deorbit your craft and get home safely. Number 59. You can right-click a ship's command pod and rename it. You can also change its icon so that the game labels it as either a space station, a surface base, or relay, etc. Handy if you want to filter out vessels by that type in the tracking station. For example, have it only show space stations. Number 60. Sometimes the Maneuver Maker tool can be really fiddly to manipulate when the camera is focused on something a long way away from it. However, you can click the Maneuver Node button on the bottom left of your screen and select the maneuver, and now you can manipulate it without actually needing to physically be able to see it or click on it. Number 61. Flying a plane and then finding you're constantly needing to press S to keep it pitched up is kind of annoying, but you don't need to do this. You can use trim. Firstly, you need to disable SAS, then hold Alt and keep pressing, S in this example, to change the default pitch for your craft to keep it nose up without needing to constantly repeat the input. You can then reset the trim at any point by pressing Alt plus X. Number 62 is my lazy way of docking two ships together. Rather than painfully moving one around to line up with the other's docking port, instead, select the other vessel's docking port as your target by double-clicking
I did this.
Then, right-click your docking port and press Control from here. Then, click the target button on the Auto SAS options. Then, switch to the other vessel and do the same thing. Now, when you fly them together, they will maintain alignment automatically, making for a super easy and a very lazy way of docking. Number 63. When flying ships with RCS, use the IJKL buttons like you would WASD to translate the vessel on the X and Y axis. To move the ship forward and backwards, the buttons H and N are used. H is for forwards and N is for backwards. Number 64. Docked two things together but the rotation doesn't quite line up. Well, you can actually right-click docking ports and rotate them to improve the visible alignment, something particularly useful if you're building a space station. Number 65. EVA construction is an oft-forgotten feature, but it can be very handy if you need to move landing gear around or even deconstruct a landed vehicle into a proper surface base. Take an engineer out on EVA, press I, and then you get a window similar to the Vehicle Assembly Building's building UI. Sometimes parts are too heavy for the engineer to lift, but if you place more kerbals around them, those kerbals will actually increase the amount of stuff you can lift. Number 66. The ground anchor is great for building attach points for surface stations, but it has a tendency to slide around on slopes. Now you can stop it by placing a flag just down the slope from where you're going to place the ground anchor. Then when the ground anchor hits the flag, it should stop moving. Then you can anchor it in place and then just remove the flag when you're done. 67. Use radiator panels on
6-7.
your mining rigs. Mining rigs generate a ton of heat and they won't work properly unless you have lots of radiator pieces attached to them. This is something I often still to this day forget to do, as many people in the comments might be calling me out at this point. So this tip is as much for future me as it is for you. Watch how quickly my ore tanks are filling up under time-lapse whilst mining here. Now I'm going to pause that, retract the radiators, and then reinstate time warp.
That's too much.
And look how much slower our ore tanks are filling up, even though we're now time warping faster than we were before. 68. Use Tylo's gravity to capture into the Joule system. Don't try and aerobrake at Joule or Lathe. Tylo's gravity well is massive and can swing you into Joule orbit for free. Now, further explanation of this can be found in my dedicated Joule mission videos, and this is firmly in the advanced players only camp, but you won't be doing any missions to the moons of Joule until you have a fairly good grasp of the game by that point anyway. So when that time comes, just maybe Google it or something. I don't know. Number 69. Writer's block is common when playing KSP sometimes. It can be hard to think of fun mission plans sometimes. This might be controversial now, but you can always ask ChatGPT. It knows what KSP is, and it can give you some mission plans for you to try and accomplish when you can't think of any yourself. I did a video where I asked it to give me a difficult mission to Joule, and it asked me to build a space station with the ability to send regular surface missions down to the icy moon of Val. Definitely a fun mission in retrospect. I'll link a card at the top right of the screen and in the description. It's like a better version of the contracts that are available in KSP career mode, in my opinion. Number 70. Can't be bothered to create a maneuver node to get to the Mun, or simply playing a super old version of KSP that predates the addition of the maneuver tool for some masochistic reason? Well, it's super easy. Just point your ship prograde in low Kerbal orbit, and just when you see the Mun just rise from behind the planet, burn prograde. This will guarantee you a super easy encounter with the Mun without the need to use the maneuver tool. Number 71, bonus point. This was a long list, and so if you liked it and like the sound of my voice maybe, then tip 71 is to subscribe and like the video maybe. I make KSP videos every Saturday with very few exceptions, covering all aspects of not just the stock game, but I've been increasingly playing with more and more exotic mods, such as ones that add completely new solar systems, incredibly...
Okay. Oh, I'm not subscribing? Wow. Whoa. Delta V planner? What? Eight hours. Wait, how do I? What the heck? Wait, how? Wait. But how do they know that, like, okay, for an example, if I'm, yeah, right here. If I'm orbiting, low orbiting, and I want to go to, where is it? Where's Duna? Miho, right here. Right? So, this right here I can get, right? Slingshot. You need to slingshot your way. And then how do they know what maneuver you have? Like, is there a standard maneuver way to be maneuvering? Like, is there a how to maneuver? How to What the heck? Nope. This is 6 years ago.
Alright, hello and welcome to a video where we're going to be discussing how we can make maneuver nodes in game Kerbal Space Program. Maneuver nodes are a way for you to plot where your spaceship wants to go, and so you'll burn in the right direction to hit your target. Alright, so we're just going to go in and you'll see we're already in orbit, and we're just going to click add maneuver. And that'll give us a little toolkit to say, and that'll just allow us to plot our maneuver. So that's all you're gonna need to make
Yeah, I
a
know,
proper maneuver to like a
son.
planet or a moon or wherever you want to go. Right. So today for this example, we're gonna go to minmiss. Is he there? And we're just gonna drag out the program marker just so we get close. But that's not how we're actually gonna do it, because that's wastes way too much delta V, as you can see at the bottom beside the nav ball, and that's a little green bar. As you can see, it's in the red. That's way too much. So we're going to move it back on an orbit, and then now it's at a bit more of a curve, and it's going to work a bit better. And see, as you can see, it uses a lot less delta V. So now we're just going to tweak that so we can get it a bit closer. So yeah, just tweak your...
I don't know. Like, I don't know if the Delta V planner would really help. Cause like, what if you're just like bad at making maneuvers? Like, how do I know when's the right time? Free IVA. I think I already have free IVA. Wait. You can do direct descent, which means going from launch straight to transfer orbit. Wait, what? Wait, what? Hold on. So form the ground directly to the mon. So now you need to make another burn so you don't stop burning until you're heading for the mon. So from, is that from? So to the mon. Okay. Okay, I'm okay. Boom. Let's put thud. Let's do Get a gimbal. Wait, I don't. I think this has like enough monopropellant. We should just get the coupling. Boom. Then we should get payload. Boom. Mammoth. Oh yeah. Wait, how is this supposed to get to Mars? Okay, wait. So this is gonna be like the landing can. This is gonna be on like these are burning retrograde. And then this we need something to get us to like to get us into the orbit, right? Wait, pull up the Delta V planner. Okay. So we need something. All right. Like that. To get from what is it called? Transition orbit. And then we need 130 to get an encounter. And then we need 250. And then we need to get 360. So, okay. And how much do we have? Okay, wow. We have 2,000. So that can get us there. This is enough to get us there if we do the maneuvering correctly. Now, let's backtrack a little. We need 950 to get us into, what is it called again? Into planned Delta V. Oh, wait, do not, wait. 1400. Also, wait, how do they know about the weight? Does the Delta V already know your weight? 1450. How much do we have? We have 2,100. And then we need like about 1,000. Elliptical orbit, that's what it's called. Okay. Jet engine operation possible. Lathe. What? Oh my. 14,000 to get your jewel? Okay. Oh! Oh! What is happening? There we go. Gilly, Kerbin, Duna. Oh! Take off from Kerbin, okay? Transfer to Duna low orbit. Okay. Total. Okay. Now. Ooh! So now we just need, like, solid fuel, right? Should we... Okay, wait, I've got an idea. Where is it? Boom. We need 3,400 to take off. What the heck? No, I feel like it's a little bit too big. No, we're good. Let's get some solid fuel, right? Oh, I don't know. What? We need more? How is that not enough? Son. Can't zoom out. um... Dynamics. That. Wait, how did we lose the amount? Only 3,400. So we need to burn fuel, to burn fuel, to burn fuel, to carry fuel, to carry fuel. Let's just add another engine. Let's add some thumpers. No, let's add a kickback. No, let's add a caster. No, kickback. Like that. And now how much do we got? We have less. How do we have less? Maybe we have like too much fuel. Let's bring this up here. Alright, well. Bruh. Wait, is it possible we have too much fuel? I don't know. Okay, wait. Perfect. Three. Oh wait, let's see what we have. What the hell? Mm. Hey, Mr. DJ. No. Bro, this is like the closest we've gotten. Um, I mean, I don't know. I'm not really like quite invested, but wait, where can you watch it? Where? Cool. Um, oh. Wait, so how can we get more delta V? Because if we add more thrusters, watch, if we do this, oh, wait, that actually worked. Wait, um,
Super cold, but.
I turned it down because it's too cold.
Oh, okay.
Okay. We're just gonna have 2 layers of thrusters. Oh crap. We should have it lower, right? Like right there. Oh wait, no. There we go. Come on, son. Now. Oh wait, auto struts, right? Wait, how do I auto strut? Right here. Whoa. Yep. We got the Delta V. Come on. What? Okay. And so now we wait for a good window. Right now, it is not a good window. Oh god, this is gonna take forever. I'm thinking like right here. Okay. Okay. Right. So I'm thinking we launch, right? We go. We get a mid-miss encounter that sets us, and then we go. Wait, no. Instead of going like, we use the boost, and then we just take ourselves here, and then we go boom, 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 and we start orbiting Duna, right? I think that's a far gap though. Boom, right here. Oh crap. Is this a good? Should we just like straight shot it over to Duna? Maybe a little bit more time. All right, this seems good. So we need to start tilting towards the east, and we need to keep this dot in front of our prograde, I think. Launch. Oh no, I think we're going too fast. Okay. So, okay. Should we try to prograde? Like that. Select maneuver. We start maneuvering. Sun? The sun. Sun Yen. Okay. What did he say? He said shift? Just hit the maneuver. Like that. Okay. Good warp time. Until we're almost there. Okay. 3 minutes. So, oh, crappings. Okay. Start to burn in. Done. Okay. And now that we are in orbit, this is what we need to do. We're gonna wait for the right time. Alright, this is gonna be bad. Exit this maneuver out. So the best time would be like, okay, so we're spinning this way. So right here, right on this edge, right here would be the best time, right? And we would extend it until we would have an encounter. Okay, those two blue things need to match, right? Whoa. What the heck is happening? What? Alright, bro. What the heck? Wait, so why aren't we getting an encounter? What? Oh my gosh. No way. What is that? Doing an encounter. What? Do we have it? Oh my god. So right there, are we not? Right there, we're touching it, right? Okay. So then how? What? Wait, huh? What? Okay, let's just do a quick save. What was it? F5? Okay. And let's just warp till the maneuver. Wait, maneuver. Warp here. Okay. Start maneuvering. In time. Oh. Oh no. So we have 2 minutes of burn with that thrust. We have 3,700. What? Would it mess everything? Okay, we have a quick save. So if we decouple, that only shortened the time down to 2 minutes. Or not even 2 minutes. It took off like 4 seconds. We still need to make up 56 seconds. And that will take up all, pretty much, all of our like landing gear fuel. Do I like do I have a bad maneuver node? I think I do because look, I'm like look why am I going straight out that way? What am I doing? Okay. Load, revert flight, no. Load save. The one that I just did. Right. Keep in mind over burn time. What the heck? Oh my god, no wonder. Wait, how do I move? Oh, wait. What? Okay. Bro, what? What? Why is it switching so much? Yo, how are both? Okay. So we'll get an encounter. Is that Duna right there? Okay, yeah, that's Duna. So, but we're gonna go around the sun, come, and then we're gonna meet it there. We need to burn. When? Start burn in an hour 20. Okay. Wait. Can't I just, like, warp to right here? Okay. Quick save. Check on, check on, check on, check on, check on. I'm not gonna have any encounter, right? Alright. Good, good, good. Yes! Start burn in a minute 20. What does this do? Are we about to burn 1,317 delta? Oh, wait. What was that? Starting burn soon. We should have a... Check on, check on, check on, check on. Okay. We escaped. Alright. And now, we just progress time, right? It's gonna be a while. What? What happened? Oh, that's when... Okay. Wait, I'm not gonna have an encounter. Oh no. We're in maneuver position. Gonna be a wild warp. Just to travel this distance, it takes a day. Because we're so slow right now. Bro. Now we do it all over again. What? Oh my gosh, what am I doing? You know what? The game is saved. Let's do this tomorrow. I want to get a couple good what is it called? Dead by Daylight rounds in. Oh, we're on track. We're on track to meet the Mun. Or meet the Duna. Excuse me. Whoa, what is this? YouTube Shorts. Alright, man. Uh. Oh, wait. Oh, never mind.
That's Toto.
Thomas.
Another dome mob. GG. Is that it? That's it. Dome mob again.
What? Diamond Mob.
I must be out of my mind.
2 Sables, 2 Steves. Aw. It's a double date. Aw. Ooh, W man. Click on it, but there's a pallet down there. Ooh, almost missed that one. Wait, who is he? Who's that green? What's that green stuff? What character is it? Is it Doctor? No. Someone with a virus? Not the plague, she has a different animation. Oh! The knight. Oh, so I gotta be careful for his minions. Steve! Steve, if he picks me up. Steve! 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 What are you doing? You gotta come drop this pallet, yo. Oh, he's doing that minion thing. I don't understand the knife. I'm gonna do this just in case one of them's watching the stream. Thank you, Steve. Aw, Steve, you're so nice. There's a pallet that way. Nice, thank you guys. Is this jungle gym? I think it is. Why would he? There's a shack gen, I think we just went, I'm not gonna lie. There is. Oh my god, we won. There's two at that place. Oh, crud muffins. Monkey pilot, bro. Oh my god, what a save! Yo! Oh, that was a full night loadout. Ain't no way! Nice, quick ones. Hey, wow! Get an add-on. That's crazy. So one more. One more and then I'm off.
This all
Layer
feels
of Trout. Oh, you guys all for FVMs? These lights. Little do you know. Sir. Rotten Fields. God, this map is old. I saw a video. That was like, I don't know, it was like 8 years old. They're playing this map. The game looks so different. They didn't have any survivor like profile pictures. so dumb. That's what I look like whenever I play Legion. Oh my god, I look like a dork. I'm so buns. I'm so buns. I'm so buns. Damon John. Fuck it. Yo, what? She comes directly towards me? Okay, cool. Oh, Scoops Ahoy Steve.